The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 10th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Bost to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair now recognizes members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leader and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay honor and tribute to the extraordinary career of a faithful servant leader, the Reverend Dr. Tommy L. Lewis, as we celebrate his retirement as a senior pastor of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church in Pratt City after 42 years of service. Throughout his life, Pastor T.L. Lewis has poured into his community as both a faith leader and a public servant. After answering the call to ministry in 1973, he led several congregations before settling at Bethel Missionary Baptist Church in Pratt City in 1982. As pastor, Dr. T.L. Lewis worked to expand Bethel's congregation and deepen its impact by establishing a new worship center in 1990, which included a sanctuary with a seating capacity of 1,800. And he commissioned a family life center, which became the Bethel Community Life Center, that garnered thousands of dollars from both the state and federal to support community development and educational initiatives. After a tornado destroyed these buildings in 2011, it was Pastor Lewis who rallied the community together and rebuilt a beautiful new sanctuary that was completed and consecrated on August 24th, 2014. On a personal note, I've been blessed to call Pastor Lewis a dear friend and a trusted spiritual leader and a mentor. It's because of him that so much has changed in Pratt City and Birmingham, and we are eternally grateful. I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating Dr. T.L. Lewis on his retirement as senior pastor at Bethel Missionary Baptist Church in Pratt City after 42 years. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor a trailblazing leader, Dr. Glenda Baskin Glover, as she retires after 11 years as president of Tennessee State University in Nashville, Tennessee. The first woman to ever hold this position, Dr. Glover has spent her career breaking down barriers and shattering glass ceilings. A native of Memphis, Dr. Glover has accomplished a career both in academia and in business. She is one of 2 African-American women nationwide to hold the combination of PhD, CPA, and JD. As president of Tennessee State University, Dr. Glover oversaw significant growth and further solidified TSU's status as one of America's preeminent HBCUs. And her efforts have earned her the role of vice chair of President Biden's HBCU Board of Advisors. On a personal note, I know Dr. Glover as my sorority sister and as my mentor. Among her many affiliations, she is a lifetime member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated and served as its immediate past international president. It was my mother, Nancy Gardner Sewell, who mentored Dr. Glover in her ascension and was so proud of her when she became the international president of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority and as president of TSU. I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating the retirement of Dr. Glenda Baskin Glover, the first woman president of Tennessee State University. I know that her retirement does not mean the end of her commitment to community service. I know it will allow her some much needed rest and time to spend with her family and friends. We wish her nothing but the best in her future endeavors. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the incredible work of the National Community Action Foundation as they celebrate 60 years of community action. Virtually every county throughout the country has a community action agency, which are organizations charged with fighting poverty at the local level. Today, I want to recognize some of the incredible work these agencies do at the local level to create opportunities for people to move from poverty to financial independence. Community action agencies administer federal funds from the Community Services Block Grant, which continues to be the only federal program with explicit and overarching goal of reducing poverty regardless of its cause. The vast majority of CSBG funds, no less than 90% of each state's allotment, go directly to local agencies who can use these flexible funds to tailor a unique response to poverty in their communities. Community action agencies are highly successful at leveraging their CSBG allotments to obtain a wide array of other public and private dollars, showing the immense benefits of supporting successful public-private partnerships. These agencies often help administer a wide array of programs, including Head Start, USDA food programs, LIHEAP, federal homelessness programs, workforce funding, and much more. For more than 60 years, the Community Action Network has inspired a spirit of hope, helping millions of people each year change their lives and improve communities all across America. I want to highlight one of the successful agencies in Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District, the Northern Tier Community Action Corporation. Northern Tier Community Action has served a 4-county region in my district since 1966. Covering more than 3,000 square miles and serving thousands of individuals annually. They operate a highly successful Head Start program, providing education, health, nutrition, and social services to families with young children who otherwise may not be able to access these services in these rural communities. Northern Tier also provides housing assistance to families facing imminent loss of their existing housing or who are currently homeless, and they help connect low-income individuals to everything from food to energy assistance. While agencies like Northern Tier are successful at leveraging CSBG dollars, we can and must do more to make these dollars go even further. Unfortunately, the CSBG program has not been reauthorized in nearly 3 decades. The program, while successful, needs some modernization to allow agencies the ability to tap their full potential and better serve families and communities. This program has a strong history of bipartisan support because of the great work it enables, which is why I continue to be a proud partner with my friend, Congresswoman Susan Bonamici, on championing recent reauthorization efforts. Several provisions would make the program significantly stronger, including expanded eligibility and an increased authorization to make sure these funds can serve those most in need. It is also critical that community action agencies maintain local control over planning and activities and avoid a top-down, one-size-fits-all approach. I'm also excited about the possibility of a new broadband navigator program within CSBG in response to the broadband and digital needs of low-income families and communities. It is time for Congress to renew our nation's commitment to reducing poverty by reauthorizing the Community Services Block Grant Program. Thank you once again to the National Community Action Foundation and the community action agencies across the country who serve those most in need every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back to the balance.
The gentleman yields back, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Perez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes. I stand before you today with immense pride to recognize DJH Kids, a remarkable nonprofit organization in my district. This exceptional group has successfully obtained a key permit for the proposed Dylan Jude Harrell Community Center in Ilwaco. This community center honors the life of Dylan Jude Harrell, who was 4 years old when she was diagnosed with diffuse intrinsic pontine glioma, a rare, incurable brain cancer before passing away 20 months later. This community center will strengthen the foundations of Ilwaco by addressing the child care crisis working families are facing and bringing together folks for recreational activities and community-led events. Community centers like this one are key to a time when average cost of child care in the U.S. has risen by 220% in the last 30 years. I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating the folks at DJH Kids and the entire team supporting Dylan Jude Harrell Community Center. I'm excited for what the future of Ilwaco has in store. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the remarkable resilience and dedication of Deputy Drew Kinnison of the Clark County Sheriff's Department. With his 15-year tenure, Deputy Kinnison embodies the essence of a public servant. Just a year following an incident that led to the amputation of his left leg above the knee, Deputy Kinnison made a return to patrol duty. His injury resulted from a duty-related accident where a falling tree branch trapped him in his patrol vehicle. It was the efforts of his fellow SWAT team members and emergency responders that saved his life, in a moment which reflected the best of those who serve our community. Deputy Kinnison remained positive and determined to return to service throughout his recovery. His journey is a testament to his character and his passion for service. I stand with my community in honoring his unwavering commitment to duty and wish him success as he works towards rejoining the SWAT team. Deputy Kinnison embodies the best of Southwest Washington and our law enforcement community, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude for his service and the inspiration he provides to us all. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor a remarkable individual in my district, Mr. Doug Bill Schwartz. Veteran who recently celebrated his 100th birthday. Bill's service journey began in the Navy, where he achieved the prestigious rank of radioman first class. While stationed on the USS Clark Mills, While serving on the USS Clark Mills, the vessel was struck by a torpedo in the Mediterranean and sunk. Remarkably, Bill survived this dire situation, being rescued by a British tug, and his service journey didn't end there. Bill's service took him to the USS Kingsbury and from there to Hiroshima. Following World War II, Bill met and married his beloved Nancy in 1947, and they were happily married for 68 years. During this period, Bill was called back to the Navy to serve in the Korean War as a seaplane tender in Japan. After his Navy career, he worked for the Federal Home Loan Bank as a loan examiner. In recognizing Bill Schwartz today, we honor not only his personal journey, but also the indomitable spirit and sacrifice of countless veterans who have selflessly served our nation. Bill's story serves as an example of courage, resilience, dedication, and to the principles we all hold dear as Americans. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Sergeant Alec Langen, a graduate of Washougal High School in my district, one of the 5 Marines who was killed on February 6th in a helicopter crash in a training flight near San Diego. Sergeant Langen graduated from Washougal High School, where my son would attend high school, in 2018. He enlisted out of high school. Becoming a Marine was a lifelong dream of his, following in the footsteps of his father. He was promoted to the rank of sergeant in October 2022 and was a crew chief for the CH-538E Super Stallion helicopter, just like his dad. Over his career, he earned several decorations, including Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medals, a Good Conduct Medal, and many, many others. Sergeant Langen's story serves as a reminder of the sacrifice our military members and their families face while they serve our nation. To his family and loved ones, both in Washougal and across the country, I will never understand how deeply you feel his loss every day. But I assure you that Sergeant Alec Langen's sacrifice and example for our country will not be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Senator Fidelis, the gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes gentlewoman from Iowa, Dr. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate Cameron Sattler, a standout athlete from Clinton High School. This weekend, Cameron broke another school record in the 3,000-meter run with the time of 10 minutes, 20 seconds, 34 microseconds, showcasing her exceptional talent and dedication. Her coach, Tony Steen, praises her relentless work ethic and mental toughness, which has propelled her to success. But Cameron's achievements are not hers alone. They reflect the collective effort of the entire River Queen team, who secured the second place overall at the Assumption Invitational. From sprinting to field events to relays, the Queens demonstrated their strength and versatility, inspiring us all with their potential for even greater success. Let us applaud Cameron, her teammates, and their coaches for their outstanding achievements and continue to support and celebrate the success of our young athletes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in celebration of Iowa City High School student Jackson Robertson's recent honorable mention for win for C-SPAN's 20th annual Student Cam competition. Every year, C-SPAN invites middle and high school schoolers to think critically about issues that affect their communities and the nation. This year's theme was looking forward while considering the past. Robertson's 6-minute documentary, Prescribing Change, America's Healthcare Crisis, skillfully examines the impact of underinsurance and lack of health coverage, highlighting healthcare accessibility, rural healthcare challenges, prescription costs, and chronic illness rates in the United States. Robertson's proposed solutions include prioritizing preventative care and reforming the fee-for-service model. As a doctor, rural healthcare issues are near and dear to my heart, which is why I asked my colleagues to join me in celebrating this incredible achievement and wishing Jackson Robertson future success as he continues to examine complex issues that affect Iowans. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Gold Star Spouses Day, which was this past Friday, April 5th, 2024. In 2010, Congress designated April 5th as National Gold Star Spouses Day to pay tribute to the surviving husbands and wives of fallen service members. I wanted to recognize the Iowa family of Navy Explosive Ordnance Disposal Petty Officer First Class Joseph Adam McSween, who, along with his teammates, gave the ultimate sacrifice during Operation Iraqi Freedom in April 2007 when their vehicle was struck by an enemy rocket. Erin McSween is Adam's surviving Gold Star spouse and proud mother of 2 girls, Lily and Gwyneth. Erin is a native of Jasper County, Iowa, and Gwyneth is currently a student at the University of Iowa, while Lily attends the University of Western States. Erin volunteers with several nonprofits to advocate for Gold Star spouses and families. She is delighted to see Lily and Gwyneth take on that advocacy to raise awareness of the unique needs of Gold Star children. As a 24-year Army veteran, I will always fight for our service members, veterans, and their families. May God bless the family of Adam McSween. May God bless our service members and veterans. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the University of Iowa women's wrestling team, which finished the season strong at the 2024 National Collegiate Women's Wrestling Tournament with 6 collegiate champions and 12 All-Star Americans, as well as the team title for the most points. Despite only being inaugurated in 2021, Coach Chum and the entire athletics department have worked tirelessly to build up this program and make it among the most elite women's wrestling teams in the nation. Because of these incredible efforts, 6 champion Hawkeyes will be representing their school at the Olympic trials set to take place in Penn State University next week. And I visited with the family of one of those wrestling champions, Lily Huff, yesterday. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues today to join me in celebrating these incredible Hawkeyes and wish them well as they work to secure a spot at the Olympics this summer. As always and forever, go Hawkeyes. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
The most successful internet affordability program in our nation's history will soon run out of money unless Congress acts. It will soon run out of money unless Congress acts. 23 million families rely on an affordable connectivity program in our country. If Congress doesn't reauthorize this funding, the program will run out of money in a matter of weeks. This is deeply concerning for thousands of our residents who depend on this program for internet access. In Michigan's 12th district alone, This program has benefited 110,000 households, reducing broadband costs in the district by $52.1 million annually. Losing this access would jeopardize the well-being and opportunities, Mr. Speaker, for an estimated 64 million Americans, especially our seasoned residents. This is why it's so important, and I co-sponsored the Affordable Connectivity Program Extension Act and urge Speaker Johnson to bring this bill to the floor for a vote. Access to internet is a necessity for our communities, not a luxury. From education to employment to scheduling healthcare appointments to access to health services, everyone deserves affordable internet access. We cannot let this crucial resource expire and leave our residents disconnected. Mr. Speaker, disability rights are human rights. Everyone in our country and around the world, including people living with disabilities, deserve to lead a fulfilling life with dignity. I am committed as our neighbors with disabilities face to ensure our country is living up to our values of equity, and equal rights of all people. Our neighbors with disabilities cannot receive quality health care they need and deserve when medical facilities lack accessible equipment like examination tables, weight scales, dental chairs, and radiology devices. I can't even imagine. This is why I joined my sister in service, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, in urging the Justice Department to address this issue and help disability community access equitable health care. I am so grateful for her leadership and partnerships. Please know that studies have shown that women with disabilities have a higher risk of dying from breast cancer and cervical cancer, but are less likely than able-bodied women to receive mammograms and other tests to diagnose those conditions because of the lack of access to equipment. So we must urgency it deserves. Today, Mr. Speaker, is Eid al-Fitr, an end to the holy month of Ramadan. Eid Mubarak to all my fellow Muslims in Michigan's 12th Congressional District, across the country and the world. May Allah accept our fasts and deeds of the past month and forgive us for our shortcomings. To my colleague, this Eid is not the same for the Muslim communities that you represent. Gaza is on their minds and hearts today as they witness the starvation and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians continue. The images of children in Gaza celebrating Eid on top of rubble of their homes, the schools, and masjids that no longer understand brings them to tears. I urge you to please listen to them. Listen to the fellow Americans of Muslim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in celebration of the 100th anniversary of Page Memorial Hospital. For the last Memorial Hospital has dedicated their resources to serving residents of Page County and beyond. This year, Page Memorial was named a top 100 critical access hospital by the Chartist Center for Rural Health. As a critical access hospital, they provide a wide range of services that are vital to maintaining good health and inspiring overall wellness across Virginia's 6th District. In 2014, the hospital moved into a new 67,000 square foot replacement facility, which features private inpatient rooms and an expanded emergency department and greatly enhanced transitional care program for patients who require additional nursing and rehabilitation care after being discharged from the hospital. I'm proud to recognize the remarkable students of the Kate Collins Middle School and Waynesboro High School Beta Clubs for their outstanding achievements and winning first place at the Virginia Beta Convention in Hampton. The young Virginians from Kate Collins Middle School showcased their exceptional talent and skills, with Preston Stacy winning first place in accessory design and Emma Loyanko in on-site art drawing. The team of Parker Newton, Archer Kraft, Asher Shepard, and Sophia Williams earned second place in musicology. I also want to celebrate the Waynesboro High School's Beta Club, returning triumphantly to the state convention for the first time since 2019. The Quiz Bowl team made up of Jacob Hostetter, Tack Shepard, Josh Short, and Colton Redifer showed unparalleled academic prowess, earning first place and being crowned state champions. I wish them the best of luck as they advance to the National Beta Club Convention in Savannah, Georgia. Please join me in congratulating these remarkable students and their advisors for their exceptional achievements. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Glenver High School men's swimming and diving team from Virginia's 6th Congressional District for their remarkable win at the Virginia High School League Class II Championship. Their victory, by a significant margin of 238 points, underscores their hard work, dedication, and team unity. These champions include Avery Thompson, Ashton Meadows, Landon Cairns, and Keys Van Gerven, and Connor Wilkes, who also won 4 individual state titles. The victory is a testament to the support of coaches, parents, and the community, reflecting the values of perseverance and teamwork we hold dear. Congratulations to the Glenver men's swimming and diving team on their championship win, an inspiring achievement for athletes and all constituents across Virginia's 6th District. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address a matter of grave constitutional importance. The Senate holds the solemn duty to conduct the impeachment trial of Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for high crimes and misdemeanors, a charge the House has clearly laid out. Our decision to impeach Secretary Mayorkas is not one we have taken lightly. For nearly a year, the House Committee on Homeland Security has meticulously uncovered the depths of the border crisis. The findings are unequivocal. Secretary Mayorkas has willfully disregarded the laws of the United States, betraying the trust of the American people and the very Constitution he swore to uphold. He has not only refused to comply with the law of our separation of powers, attacking the very foundation of our constitutional order. As the House managers deliver the articles in the next few weeks, I remain hopeful that the Senate will take up this matter with the seriousness it deserves for the sake of our Constitution.
5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud that the United States was the first country to recognize the newly declared State of Israel nearly 76 years ago, merely 11 minutes after its creation. I'm also proud that within 11 days of Hamas's barbaric attack on Israel started this current war, President Joe Biden landed in Tel Aviv, sent 2 carrier strike groups, and became the first U.S. president to ever visit Israel during a time of war. On October 7th at approximately 6:30 a.m., Hamas launched thousands of rockets at cities across Israel, sending millions of Israelis into bomb shelters and safe rooms while providing cover for a swarming army of Hamas terrorists who invaded the country and launched a genocidal attack, brutally murdering more than 1,200 people, wounding more than 3,000 others, and taking more than 250 hostage into Gaza. In the 6 months since Hamas started this war, Israel has been fighting for its existence on many fronts, facing attacks and threats from Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iraq, and Iran. And it's more than just the mortars, rockets, missiles, and drones threatening Israel. Israel's enemies have two key strategies in their campaign to destroy and delegitimize the Jewish state. One, distort the truth with canards and libelous accusations against Israel and the Jewish people. And two, isolate Israel in global forums and in the world of public opinion. South Africa is perversely accusing Israel of genocide in the International Criminal Court of Justice. Of course, when you lift the veil of this grotesque distortion of the truth, you see that Iran is also behind South Africa's actions, just like Iran finances and fuels Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Meanwhile, in cities around the world, as well as here in the United States, anti-Israel protests are replete with calls for the elimination of the Jewish state, most clearly manifest in the chant, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." And look no further than the rally just last Friday in Dearborn, Michigan, where the crowd chanted not only death to Israel, but death to America. I am grateful for the leadership and moral clarity of the Biden administration, as well as the mayor of Dearborn, when they roundly condemned this hateful rhetoric. Israel's enemies, from Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran, to groups here in the United States like SJP, AMP, and JVP, are doing everything they can to demonize, delegitimize, and ultimately destroy the only Jewish state on earth. But let's be clear. The war Hamas started on October 7th is not just a war against Israel. Iran's vision is not just the destruction of Israel, but the conquest of the entire Muslim world and the defeat of the West. The Houthis are not launching rockets at just Israeli ships in the Red Sea. They are targeting global commerce in general. In this war, Israel's allies must do everything we can to fight the lies and ensure Israel and the Israeli people know that they are not alone. This is why I traveled to Israel with Jewish lay leaders from Chicago in February, and last month traveled with several of my colleagues from here in Congress. And this is why I oppose the Republican resolution we are considering this week. For the text of this resolution plays loose with the truth, and the intent is not to help Israel, but to win political points and further weaken the bipartisan support Israel has long enjoyed in this body. Don't take my word for it. This is how Axios described the resolution. Quote, "It is the latest in a series of Israel-related wedge votes House Republicans have held since Hamas's October 7th attack." End quote. If my Republican colleagues want to help our ally and protect our national security, we shouldn't be debating this partisan resolution. Instead, we should be voting on the essential funding bill to help Israel fight its war against our common enemies, as well as ensuring Ukraine defeats Russia and Taiwan remains secure. The Senate passed this bill 2 months ago. The House should have passed it in February as well. It is as shameful as it is dangerous that we have still not voted on this desperately needed assistance yet today. Mr. Speaker, Iran understands that diminishing the bipartisan support for Israel in Congress only hurts our ally and advances our enemy's agenda. Why are Republicans so willing to play into the hands of Iran and Israel's other enemies? The U.S.-Israel relationship is being tested. Congress is being tested. It is up to us here today to pass this test. I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution and instead vote for the essential funding bill coming over from the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Steele, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor an American hero and Orange County citizen, Dick Higgins. Born in Magnum, Oklahoma, Dick served his nation for 20 years in the Navy before settling in Orange County. Dick was stationed on Ford Island as a radio man during the Pearl Harbor attack, and his efforts that they helped sailors and Marines get to land and out of the burning water. He loves ones remember him for his humility and his love of country. At 102, Dick was the last living member of the Orange County's Pearl Harbor Survivors Association. On behalf of Orange County residents, I am honored to recognize Dick Higgins' service and sacrifice on the floor of the House of Representatives. May we always cherish and honor his memory. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate a very solemn occasion that has great significance for my constituents. I am proud to represent Orange County's Little Saigon, the largest population of Vietnamese anywhere outside Vietnam itself. Each year, the community observes Black April, a time to reflect upon the tragic fall of Saigon, remember the lives lost to communism, and recommit ourselves to the struggle for freedom. As co-chairs of the Congressional Vietnam Caucus, I am proud to join Congressman Lou Correa to introduce a resolution commemorating Black April and honoring the lives lost. I am also introducing a resolution to ensure that those who fought for freedom in Vietnam are always remembered by proposing a bill to rename the U.S. Post Office in Westminster, where a large portion of my Vietnamese constituents reside, as the Vietnam War Veterans Memorial Post Office. With these two actions, Congress will stand in solidarity with the Vietnamese community, showcase our resolve against communism and tyranny, and reaffirm our commitment to freedom and democracy. Mr. Speaker, April 15 is tax day, and this year American taxpayers are getting one of the worst deals they've ever gotten, despite its promises not to increase taxes on those making less than $400,000 a year. The Biden administration has undertaken an outright assault on taxpayers. The $400,000 pledge is detached from reality at best, with reports showing that 63% of new audits have been on those earning less than $200,000 a year. This shouldn't surprise us. After all, the administration rammed through its $80 billion plan to hire 87,000 new IRS agents to target American taxpayers with a flood of new audits. They also unveiled plans to jack up burdensome and confusing reporting for people using digital payments platforms like Venmo. They've repeatedly delayed this plan, and I have legislation, the Snoop Act, to stop it permanently. Mr. Speaker, as a lifelong tax fighter, I came to Congress to ensure low taxes and responsible government that works for Americans. I urge the administration to join me in that work and end its war on American taxpayers. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago today in Louisville, Kentucky, it was a crisp, bright Monday morning. The Easter sun had silently set the night before on blooming dogwoods and azaleas, and a new day had sounded in, with only the squeaking of school bus brakes interrupting the birds chirping to signal the changing of the seasons. The perfect spring, familiar and wonderful. Instinctively, we know that antihistamines are coming out of our bathroom cabinets and Derby is right around the corner. Spring is when Kentucky's natural beauty, pageantry, and homegrown hospitality are on display for the world to see. This is why it was so shocking. You never think it's going to happen in your community, that no one could do this. But this is why we truly did not think it was possible. Not in Louisville, not now. But on April 10th, 2023, a lone gunman with an assault rifle walked into the Old National Bank on Main Street in Louisville, Kentucky, and opened fire on his colleagues. Spring's ritual beauty was shattered by the unfamiliar booms of an AR-15, the acrid smell of smoke, sirens, and screams. 5 people were killed. Josh Barrick, Dina Eckert, Jim Tutt, Juliana Farmer, and my friend, Tommy Elliott. These 5 innocent lives were taken from us far too soon. Josh was a loving husband and young father. Juliana Farmer was expecting another grandchild. Dina Eckert was known for her generosity and her compassion. Jim Tutt was a community leader. And Tommy Elliott, who was a longtime friend of ours, loved life, people, jokes, and stories. All will be missed. 8 others were wounded in the shooting, including LMPD officer Nick Wilt, who took an AR-15 round to the head as he selflessly ran toward the gunman and saved lives. Miraculously, he survived. And on the same day, just blocks away at Jefferson Community and Technical College, Shavon Moore lost his life at 24 years old. And another woman who was caught in the crossfire in between classes miraculously survived. Our thoughts are with them, their family, and their loved ones as well. It's been 1 year since we lost Tommy, Josh, Juliana, Jim, Dina, and Shavon. They've been missed at milestones such as birthdays, graduations, and holidays, and every moment in between. But we will never forget them. Their memories live on in all of us who remember and love them. And as we honor those we lost, our community remains so grateful to every first responder who arrived on the scene that morning and leaped into action. They saved lives. To the Louisville Metro Police Department, the Louisville Fire Department, the FBI, EMS, and the U of L Hospital Trauma Team, thank you. Thank you for your incredible service to our community on April 10th, 2023, every day before and every day since. I stand here today not just as a member of Congress, but as a lifelong Louisvillian whose community joined the long list of cities touched by senseless, preventable gun violence. But it's not just mass shootings that rock communities. Everyday gun violence in Louisville and across our country has taken far too many lives too soon. Gun violence is now the leading cause of death in children. Children. There is so much more we can and must do, like combating the root causes of crime and expanding mental health services, as well as pushing common sense gun reforms, like universal background checks, extreme risk protection orders, and banning assault weapons. Last year, days after the Old National Bank shooting, I stood on the steps of the Capitol with other members of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force and asked the majority to bring gun safety legislation to the floor. I'm here today asking again for my colleagues across the aisle to work with us, like they have before, to make our communities safer.
Gentlemen,
Reflecting
time
on
has
what
expired.
this day means to me and our community, I'm reminded of how strong Louisvillians are, friends neighbors, and loved ones
gentleman's
came
time
together
has
to
expired.
support one another through an unimaginably tough time. It's been 1 year since our
Gentleman's
community
time has
experienced
expired.
a mass shooting.
The gentleman
at
is
Old
no longer
National Bank.
recognized. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Malatakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the question, how many more Americans must die before President Joe Biden reverses the 60-plus policies that he put in place that led to our border being wide open? We know that under Sections 1182 and 1225 of Title VIII of immigration law, the president has the authority to secure the border and uses discretion to implement policies. Sadly, the president has used his discretion instead to completely dismantle our southern border, allowing for dangerous gang members, criminals, smugglers, and illegal immigrants to enter. Right now, the president can end catch and release. He can reinstate remain in Mexico. He can make changes to asylum and parole. He can expedite removal of individuals. He can shut down the border altogether, and he can cut off funding to nonprofit organizations, non-government partners who are basically allowing people to travel all around our country. Again, sadly, President Biden used these authorities instead to dismantle the policies of President Trump. As a result, we've seen so many Americans being killed. They've come over our border, illegal immigrants, and I'll read you some of the headlines. And this is just from this year alone. Illegal immigrant from El Salvador charged with murder and shootout that killed 2-year-old boy, injured teen mom. Venezuelan illegal immigrant charged with sexual assault against 14-year-old in Virginia. ICE confirms that a Georgia student murder suspect entered U.S. illegally and was previously arrested in New York City. 5-time deported illegal alien accused of killing 10-year-old boy walking home from school. Honduran illegal migrant arrested for rape of girl, 14. Stabbing man during knife point robbery. Illegal migrant charged in Michigan woman's killing was deported under Trump but snuck back in, according to ICE. Illegal immigrant deported 8 times with 11 arrests, now charged with murder in Ohio. These are just some of the victims of President Biden's open border policy. If we go into last year, we can talk more about an illegal immigrant who had an outstanding warrant for attempted strangulation, approached a car and shot a woman 7 times because she wouldn't hang up the phone when he asked her to. An illegal immigrant was charged with sadistically murdering a 16-year-old Texas high school, stabbing her to death and dumping her body in the bathtub, and her body was discovered by her mother. An illegal alien released by the Biden administration was arrested for raping an 11-year-old girl, strangling her to death after knocking on the door of her home. An illegal who entered our country under the Biden administration was charged with driving a minivan into a school bus full of children, flipping the bus and killing an 11-year-old boy. An illegal alien repeatedly stabbed and mutilated individuals and then dumped them in a field in Daytona Beach, Florida. And an illegal immigrant was arrested for murdering a 57-year-old, a mother of 3, and a grandmother of 4 in Texas. This is a 5-minute speech. I'm only allowed 5 minutes, or else I can go on and on and on. So again, I will ask, how many more murders of Americans, whether it be by stabbings, drunk driving, shootings, or fentanyl, will it take before the president reverses his dangerous policies at our southern border? Or the Senate takes up our legislation, H.R. 2, the Border Security Act, which would require him to take action at the border. Giving the president a little more discretion, as the Senate has suggested, is not going to resolve the issue because the president is not using the discretion he currently has. We need to require him to take these actions to reinstate the policies of the previous administration that were working, common sense policies, and stop this president from giving parole to individuals who are dangerous gang members, who are wreaking havoc in cities like mine in New York. I yield back. Thank you very much.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kahana, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the doomsday clock is set at 90 seconds to midnight, the closest it's ever been. We should heed its warning. We are inching dangerously close to nuclear war and must do everything we can to reduce the risk of nuclear catastrophe. Russia has threatened to use tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Iran is closer to developing the nuclear bomb. And North Korea is increasing its nuclear arsenal. The risks of miscalculation and rapid escalation are exacerbating these threats. The nuclear arms race needs to stop. We can and must turn back the doomsday clock. We need to work with Russia and China to collectively reduce our stockpiles, increase transparency, reduce the risk of miscalculation, and avoid a dangerous arms race. Nuclear negotiation has always been part of the United States' history, and we must do that again. First, let's revive a version of the anti-ballistic missile treaty that Richard Nixon negotiated to cap the arms race by limiting homeland missile defenses. This will reduce pressure on the United States, on China, and Russia to build more nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, President George W. Bush withdrew from the treaty in 2002. We need to negotiate to re-enter. Second, we must re-enter the Open Skies Treaty that was first proposed under Dwight Eisenhower and signed by President Bush Sr. Open Skies authorizes treaty parties, including the United States, to conduct unarmed flights that provide opportunities to monitor others' nuclear capabilities. Donald, this treaty that Republican presidents had negotiated in 2020, we need to get back in. Third, we should restore the Indus Treaty and expand it to include China. This was Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev's achievement, and yet Donald Trump withdrew from this treaty in 2019. We need to get back in. Fourth, we need to resume implementation of the New START Treaty negotiated under President Barack Obama to limit the number of deployed strategic nuclear warheads. Putin suspended New START in 2023, ripping up the last remaining nuclear treaty with the United States. He did this because of our support of Ukraine. We need to pass funding for Ukraine to defend its sovereignty, end the war justly, and renegotiate New START with Russia and China. And lastly, we must negotiate with Russia to agree that both of our countries will adopt a no first use policy. We'd be joining China and India, who already have this posture, unlike Russia and the United States. Adopting a no first use policy only if Russia agrees as well would clarify that our nuclear weapons are for deterrence and avoid unintentionally escalating a crisis. Maintaining the nuclear triad as deterrent should not bankrupt us. We must cut the costs of modernization that are excessive and that are going to defense contractor lobbyists. The Air Force's new Sentinel ICBM program is already 37% over budget, costing taxpayers $132 billion. That's money that could be going to feed our kids in school, to be helping pay for college or vocational education, or to be paying for childcare. I call on my colleagues in Washington to help avoid a global catastrophe and a nuclear arms race, to look to previous presidents like Eisenhower, Reagan, Bush, Obama, and Clinton, and negotiate as statesmen to reduce the risk of nuclear war. We must stop this arms race. We must take our weapons off hair trigger alert. We must spend our tax dollars here at home where Americans most need it. And we must ensure diplomacy prevails, not nuclear war. As President Reagan and Gorbachev said, a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize and commend the exemplary bravery and selfless intervention of Colonel Trevor Huff. On Thursday, June 1st, 2023, in Black Mountain, North Carolina, a pursuit unfolded involving a suspect for a series of bank robberies. The situation then escalated as the suspect crashed on Interstate 240 after driving on the wrong side of the road, ending a high-speed pursuit. The immediate and fearless actions of Colonel Huff began after the crash when the suspect attempted to hijack an elderly woman's vehicle on the interstate, and she was stopped by the traffic. Colonel Trevor Huff, a dedicated United States Army veteran with an impressive nearly 30-year service record, he stepped in. Without hesitation, Mr. Huff ran toward the unfolding danger to intervene and protect the innocent victim of the carjacking. As the suspect attempted to steal the car, Mr. Huff managed to pull the suspect from the vehicle while two other veterans put the victim's car in park intended to the victim herself. With incredible bravery, Mr. Huff overpowered and immobilized the suspect on the ground. Together with the two other veterans, they restrained the suspect until law enforcement arrived. Mr. Huff's military training proved invaluable in this critical moment. His quick thinking and decisive actions not only prevented a potential tragedy, but also ensured the safety of others while on the interstate. Mr. Huff's heroism did not end there. He remained vigilant, he assessed the situation, and displayed remarkable composure in the face of potential danger to himself. In recounting the incident, Mr. Huff shared that he noticed the suspect reaching behind his back, suggesting he may have had a weapon. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Mr. Huff acted with unwavering resolve, maintaining control until law enforcement could take over. It is with great admiration and gratitude that we acknowledge the exemplary bravery of Mr. Trevor Huff. His selfless actions exemplify the highest ideals of duty, of honor, and of service to others. This nation is indebted to individuals like Mr. Huff, whose commitment to the well-being of his fellow citizens reflect the strength and the character that make America great. I extend my sincere appreciation to Mr. Huff and all those who stand ready to act in the face of danger, embodying the spirit of service that defines the American people. May this congressional recognition serve as a testament to the courage and the selflessness exhibited by Mr. Trevor Huff. We thank you for your service. We pray that your continued health and commitment to this country will endure as it definitely will. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Back. Chair recognizes a gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to congratulate Reverend Dr. Donald Ribeiro from Ormonsville, North Carolina, on his well-earned retirement. Reverend Ribeiro and his wife, Karen, has fiercely led as pastor of Ormonsville Original Free Will Baptist Church. Dr. Ribeiro has kept his promise to God to give back to the community for more than 40 years, and I know he will continue to serve even in his retirement. Dr. Ribeiro, for every call you've taken, for every person you've counseled, just trying to help them get through the difficult times in life, for every person you've reached out to bring them closer to God, we're grateful. Your dedication, physically and spiritually, has touched many families in eastern North Carolina and around the world. Dr. Ribeiro, life is about relationships. And your most important relationship, as you remind us, is with the Lord. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Dr. Jack Bagwell, who was named North Carolina Community College's President of the Year. Over his past 5 years as president of the College of Albemarle, Dr. Bagwell has prioritized fostering deep connections and community among students and faculty alike. Dr. Bagwell received this award for his exceptional leadership qualities, steadfast commitment to the community college mission, and achievements in furthering higher education within North Carolina. Dr. Bagwell, we are extremely proud of all your accomplishments. I couldn't be more thrilled, and it's fantastic to see others across the state are taking notice. Congratulations to you, and you're making northern, eastern North Carolina extremely proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize North Carolina Player of the Year, Zam Jones, who is living proof that you can never underestimate the power of Eastern North Carolina. Jones is one of the only 4 North Carolina players to make the ESPN Top 60 and is ranked number 17 in the country. 5-star guard Zam Jones will play college basketball in the ACC at North Carolina State University. Jones led North Pitt High School to victory in the 2024 North Carolina High School Athletic Association 2A Women's Basketball Championship. Recently, she helped the East clinch a tight victory over the West in the McDonald's All-American game. Zam, you are a shining example of excellence in the East. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, in the D.C. newsroom for National Public Radio, which is the central hub for NPR's coverage of politics and news, it just came out that they have amongst their staff 87 registered Democrats in their editorial positions and 0 Republicans. 87-0. Now, Joe DiMaggio's hitting streak was amazing at 56 games in a row. Pete Rose in the 70s at 44 games in a row. 87-0. Now, I suppose, should it matter what the political makeup of people are in these positions? You know, not really, I guess, in a real sense. We're not talking reality in Washington, D.C., are we? We're not talking about a non-biased media that covers this place, that covers what politicians do, and the slant that people are going to hear it when they're out there in their cars, their homes, or wherever, picking this up in the various forms of media. So what do we know about NPR? It receives funding from the taxpayer and tries at the same time to be claiming to be objective. It receives it via the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which the CPB, receives about $525 million of taxpayer dollars. About 50% of their funding. The other half comes from corporate donations, the same corporations that Democrats love to say evil things about, but oftentimes these days are doing bad things. So it's pretty hard to figure out where they're coming from. But what we've seen in recent years in reporting is a strong bias against Republicans and conservatives coming out of NPR, Corporation for Public Broadcasting, when they cover the political front here. The bias against anything that's not a far-left view is clear. In fact, the bias of NPR is so clear that even a left-leaning editor in their organization, is where this came out, is raising alarm about the clear and consistent bias. This person is very concerned about it and is now being dismissed. NPR has already issued many statements and articles dismissing the critique, including this morning, without any admission by NPR or acknowledgement of any wrongdoing or bias, and certainly they have no intent to reform or even reflect upon what this looks like and sounds like. Let us remember that NPR embraced the Russiagate conspiracy theory without question, and they dismissed the Hunter Biden laptop story without proper scrutiny. All these things have been proven otherwise, haven't they? They also have NPR actively working to dismiss and attack information about the true origins of the COVID-19 virus, as well as the early treatments could have probably saved and helped many lives when they dismissed ivermectin and other forms, instead calling it horse paste, when as recently as 2015 it won a Nobel Prize for the amazing work they did with ivermectin. In the last decade, NPR's own audience has shrunk and become more intensely left-wing, gradually pushing out conservative listeners with nonstop ideological programming, bias in reporting, and injecting far-left ideas into previously non-political programs. It's not just that quirky little radio station you hear in a musty bookstore or at a used record store or something like that. It's taken a really hardly burning up their own credibility to try and keep up with the demands of the far left in its ranks that continue to shift farther and farther left. That's what this person on their organization came out and said. For 25 years, they have lost the American people with this shift. Pretty sad. So perhaps instead of calling it National Public Radio, it should be called National Progressive Radio, the term Democrats on the far left use for themselves. Though I've never really seen where the word progress fits in with some of the programs and ideals coming from the so-called progressives. NPR being funded by taxpayer dollars is a serious betrayal of the public trust. The American taxpayer should no longer be subsidizing this propaganda, which fails to even pretend to be unbiased anymore and is appealing to a smaller and smaller group of people, unfortunately. Too bad, because the idealism of it years ago it was created, looked a heck of a lot different, and was indeed something everybody could find enjoyment in. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God of mercy and compassion, of grace and reconciliation, only you can speak into the crisis that has descended upon the Middle East. Only your peace can cure the warring madness that has erupted in this land so many call holy. Let the hatred that has severed the region, intensifying the profound animosity between Israel and Palestine, and in turn swallowing up the cities of Gaza and Tel Aviv, Ramallah and Ashkelon, to name but a few, be supplanted by acts of mercy and overcome by deeds of justice. Touch the hearts of each offender, that all would be purified of their thirst for vengeance. Speak into the souls of all aggressors, that they would renounce their prejudice. Abide with the countless victims of violent attacks, with the innocents held hostage in the crossfire of escalating hostilities. Grant comfort and sanctuary to those who have fled their homes in fear. Receive the refugees into the safety of your welcoming embrace. Make way in the desert, that the hungry would receive food. Let all Christians, Muslims, and Jews put away anger, wrath, malice, and slander. May each find a renewed spirit of forgiveness and understanding in the knowledge that all bear the image of you, our Creator. For the sake of your kingdom, may each of us, politician and patriot, voter or victim, be agents of your purpose, that your peace and justice would once again rule this land. In the redemption of your name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Please join with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 2 robotics teams from North Clarion High School located in Clarion County. The Western Pennsylvania Robotics Championships took place in March at the Penn West Clarion University. During this competition, 2 teams, the Ineffable Inventors and the Ambiguous Case, finished in first and second place, respectively. The Ineffable Inventors, who were the champions of the event, also earned the Amaze Award, which is given to the most consistent, high-performing, and competitive robot. The Ambiguous Case, finishing in second place, received the Excellence Award, which is given to overall excellence in robotic performance. Both of these teams will be advancing to the World Championships, which will be held at the end of April in Dallas, Texas. Mr. Speaker, I enjoy seeing our youth engaging in these competitions to develop important computer skills, science skills, and that would help them in their future endeavors. Best of luck as both teams advance to the Worlds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize Rhea Hideh as Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week. Rhea is an extraordinary student from the Western Reserve Academy in Hudson who has taken it upon herself to break down barriers and pave the way for the next generation of female coders. She recently founded Python Pals, which strives to teach young girls and women about the computer coding program Python. This group not only teaches invaluable coding skills, but will also instill confidence and courage in her peers to pursue a career in coding. As a member of the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee, we often talk about the missing million, the 1 million STEM workers from diverse gender, racial, and geographic backgrounds that we need to fill our nation's open jobs in the STEM fields. Programs like Raya's are critical to filling the missing million by creating safe, supportive spaces for girls to learn how to code so they have the skills they need to pursue careers in STEM, and showing how Ohio's 13th Congressional District is leading the way. Raya's initiative shows strength and courage by challenging stereotypes and opening doors for girls who may have once felt excluded from a career path once dominated by men. I want to thank Raya for using her voice to uplift and encourage women and girls in Ohio's 13th District to pursue their interest in STEM. She is proof that age is no barrier in making a significant impact on the world around us. Congratulations on being named Ohio's 13th District Champion of the Week, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a dangerous event yesterday in Michigan, anti-Israel activists shouted "Death to America" and "Death to Israel," repeating the Iranian regime chants. This event was in recognition of Al-Quds Day to advocate for the mass murder of the people of Israel. It reinforced that 6 months ago, Iranian puppet Hamas invaded Israel, murdering over 1,200 Israeli civilians. The speaker hatefully spouted, quote, "So when these fools ask if Israel has a right to exist, the chant 'Death to Israel' has become the most logical chant," end of quote. When attacks come to America to disrupt elections, voting on Election Day must be in person, while including military ballots that are mailed in. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new laws for the border. We need to enforce the existing laws. Biden shamefully has opened the borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as warned by the FBI. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address those for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the North High School boys basketball team for the remarkable accomplishment of winning back-to-back Massachusetts Division I state championships. I want to recognize Principal Sam Fanfan, Coach Petway, and all the players on the historic run. Last year, they were the first public school team from my home city of Worcester to win a D1 state championship. North High forward Carl Hens Belliard graduated that year and went on to Salem State University to continue his academic athletic career. Tragically, Carl Hens lost his life to senseless gun violence last fall. It was heartbreaking for the North High community and the entire city of Worcester. The team dedicated this season to Carl Hens and emerged more determined than ever. On March 17th, the Polar Bears went to the state championship and won their 45th straight game to cap off a perfect 24-0 season. Mr. Speaker, the talent, work ethic, and resilience of this team has made all of Worcester proud. I yield back.
For what reason does the gentlewoman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
As the IRS's tax filing deadline quickly approaches, safeguarding the rights of taxpayers across our nation is top of mind for me and for all Americans. I rise today to advocate for H.R. 6332, the Strengthen Taxpayer Rights Act of 2023. At the heart of this bill, it is simple, yet powerful principle. Taxpayers have a right to a fair and impartial appeals process. H.R. 6332 restores accountability and fairness to the appeals process by ensuring that taxpayers have a say in who does and who does not get to participate in their own appeals conference before the IRS's Independent Office of Appeals. In passing the Strengthened Taxpayer Rights Act, we should send a clear message. The rights of taxpayers are non-negotiable. I urge my colleagues to stand with me and recommit to fairness, justice, and the fundamental rights of every taxpayer. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise? Why rise? I'm sorry, I'm jumping the gun there.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After the fires last August struck the island of Maui, one of the first people to approach me in this chamber was my colleague and now friend, Congressman Doug LaMalfa. Few districts have experienced the tragedy of wildfires like California's first. And prior to the Maui fires, the Camp Fire held the record as the deadliest American wildfire of the last century. This past recess, I participated in a bipartisan exchange with Congressman LaMalfa. I went to the town of Paradise. I learned of the challenges and opportunities in recovery. I saw schools and homes that had burnt, rebuilt, and I left feeling hopeful. Congressman LaMalfa also joined me in Lahaina, attending the dedication of the new temporary school, even breaking in the new basketball court, playing ball with our governor. I must add, neither of them will be quitting their day jobs. He walked with us through Lahaina, met with our community, and answered their many, many questions. There is a definite comfort knowing that while the road ahead for our communities is long, we aren't on it alone. I'm honored to have a trusted partner and friend in Congressman LaMalfa, and I look forward to the work we will do together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what reason does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise and ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to Andy Giancarlo, who is retiring from government service, having served our country for 25 years. When Angie told me about her retirement, I told her I would support her, especially if she chose to reconsider. Alas, she's retiring, so I would like to take this opportunity to honor her 13 years spent on the House Appropriations Committee. It's hard to put our appreciation into words, but as appropriators, we are at our best when we express it in numbers. As professional staff and clerk, Angie helped usher 12 energy and water bills through successful passage of the House and 14 bills through final enactment. Conservatively, that means she also had to directly consider over 600 amendments to get there. I will spare everyone on the accounting on all these talking points that it entails, but rest assured, Angie had correct comma placement in every single one of them. The countless hours Angie dedicated to the committee made this place a better place, and we greatly appreciate it. I feel very lucky, too, that we've been able to work on this bill with Angie as clerk, and I'm proud of her accomplishments. I speak for myself, the committee, and the United States Congress when I express my utmost appreciation for her dedicated service over the years. I yield back.
For what reason does the gentleman from California rise?
Address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
A long saying, huh? Oh. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and celebrate the birthday of a fearless trailblazer and a symbol of hope, Dolores Huerta. At 94 years old, she is still fighting the fight for economic justice, social justice, and justice for all workers. Yes, at 94. Just last week, we were together reaffirming our commitment to workers' rights during a Cesar Chavez celebration. As the founder of the United Farm Worker, she mobilized communities to fight for the rights of workers everywhere. Dolores understood that to create a movement, you need to empower the next generation of leaders so your work extends far beyond your lifetime. And with every organizer she trained, she helped create a ripple of change that organized and transformed communities decades after she uttered those famous words, "Si se puede," a movement that still continues to this day. Happy birthday, Dolores, and I yield back.
For what reason does the gentlewoman from Florida rise? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I address a fundamental principle of justice, the punishment of those who commit the most egregious crimes against the innocence of our children. It is a matter that strikes at the very core of our values and demands our unwavering attention and action. There will be those who argue that the death penalty is unconstitutional, but let me be unequivocal. When it comes to protecting our children from the horrors of child rape, the death penalty is not only constitutional, but is morally imperative. Our Constitution stands as a beacon of freedom and justice, crafted to safeguard the rights and liberties of every American. Yet what greater violation of those rights could there be than the brutal and unforgivable abuse of our most vulnerable, our children? The federal minimum from child rape must be upgraded to the death penalty and a minimum of life behind bars. For it's not merely a matter of punishment, but of deterrence and justice. We must send a resounding message to those who would prey upon our children. Such heinous crimes will not be tolerated in our society, and those who commit them will be faced with death. Thank you.
For what reason does the gentleman from Idaho rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. October 7th was the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Hamas killed over 1,200 innocent Israeli people, including women, children, the elderly, and took over 240 hostages. Israel is one of our nation's greatest allies. The intelligence we receive from them helps us combat terrorism every day. President Biden's demand that they surrender or cease to pursue Hamas in response is a slap in the face to victims. It's sickening to see our president support a terrorist organization that circulated videos of themselves murdering innocent children over an ally that has helped protect our homeland for decades. Hamas is working towards a genocidal eradication of the only successful democracy in the Middle East. Now more than ever, we must stand with Israel and fight anti-Semitism. I support HRES 1117 to oppose the one-sided pressure on Israel, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1125 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 69, House Resolution 1125. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 7888 to reform the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of 1978. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 2 hours, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. No amendment to the bill shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill to the House with such amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and amendments thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 529 to extend the customs waters of the United States from 12 nautical miles to 24 nautical miles from the baselines of the United States, consistent with Presidential Proclamation 7219. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House the resolution, House Resolution 1112, denouncing the Biden administration's immigration policies. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House a resolution, House Resolution 1117, opposing efforts to place one-sided pressure on Israel with respect to Gaza. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, today the Rules Committee reported out a rule for 4 pieces of legislation. H.R. 7888, Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act. This legislation authorizes Title VII, reauthorizes Title VII, Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act for 5 years from the date of enactment. This bill is far from perfect, but we're going to have a lot of debate on that bill in just a moment in the rule and in 2 hours later, and I'm going to come back to that in a moment. There are 3 other pieces of legislation. First, H.R. 529, Extending Limits of U.S. Customs Waters Act. This bipartisan legislation enhances Customs and Border Protection's air and marine operations mission by extending Customs law enforcement authority from 12 to 24 nautical miles of the United States coast. This will help CBP combat unlawful activity in coastal waters at a time when we have significant problems with respect to our borders. H.Res. 1112, denouncing the Biden administration's immigration policies. This resolution denounces President Biden's open border policies, calls on the administration to immediately put in place policies that will end the crisis at our southern border. This is an important message. It's an important statement, but I hope this Congress will speak with one voice against an administration that refuses to enforce the law. This resolution is one statement along those lines. H.Res. 1117, opposing efforts to place one-side pressure on Israel with respect to Gaza. This resolution of ally in the Middle East has the right to defend itself against Hamas and makes clear that the House of Representatives opposes efforts to place one-sided pressures on Israel to implement an immediate ceasefire. This resolution is necessary because this administration, regrettably, embarrassingly, this administration took a seat, sat down, abstained in the face of the horrors that we saw unfold on October 7th to our friend Israel. By sitting down when the United Nations Security Council called for a ceasefire and pushing on Israel to walk away from its efforts to combat what Hamas has been doing to the people of Israel. We should speak with clarity as the Congress of the United States that we stand in solidarity with the people of Israel. And this resolution is one way in which we can do that. I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Rory, for the customary Texas, Mr. Rory, for the customary 30 minutes, and I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
We just returned from 2 marvelous weeks in our beautiful districts. I was invited to visit a food bank to highlight food insecurity and the need to provide families with nutritious and available meals. I talked with tribal leaders and law enforcement about how we must work together to solve the many issues facing Native American communities, from the missing and murdered Indigenous women crisis to the need for greater economic development to the need for protection of sacred sites from desecration. We gathered healthcare providers from across New Mexico for a Congressional Hispanic Caucus on the Road event to talk about Latino access to rural health care. That event was standing room only because our constituents want us to address healthcare access and continue Democrats' work to bring down the cost of prescription drugs and healthcare costs. The work we began last year with the Inflation Reduction Act. These are really important things. Our constituents want us to work on really important things that make a difference in their lives every day. So what are we doing today? 3 of these bills don't really address anything. We have more resolutions that just express things but don't have any solutions. We're spending another valuable week on non-binding resolutions and bills that Republicans have already failed to pass. This is the 3rd time we'll vote on a resolution complaining about an broken immigration system that's been broken for years, and it's Congress's fault that we have not fixed it. Republicans want to just talk about blame, but do they offer any solutions? That's not how governing works. It's not about coming down here and passing press releases on the floor of the House. If you want to engage in a problem and offer solutions, you engage in bipartisan negotiations to pass a law that fixes the problem. Instead, Republicans do the opposite. They block bipartisan immigration deals and complained that nothing's happening. Well, something is happening. Republicans are making the problem worse. 6 months ago, the president sent Congress a supplemental border security request. That request would have bolstered border security and slowed the flow of refugees by addressing the root cause of migration. For 6 months, Republicans who control this House have refused to take up the president's supplemental border security funding request. In the Senate, a bipartisan, led by a Republican senator and Democrats, worked for 4 months. They worked hard on a bipartisan border security deal. Before we could even discuss the merits of it in this House to say what we liked or didn't like, Trump told them to kill the bill. Following Trump's orders, as always, House Republican leadership declared it dead on arrival in the House. Why? They want to preserve immigration as a political weapon, not something that Americans are asking us to fix. Americans would like to see comprehensive immigration reform. How about if we do something like taking up the Bipartisan Dream and Promise Act, or the Bipartisan Farm Work Modernization Act, which passed with bipartisan support out of the Congress because we need more agrarian workers to help pick the food we need to place on our tables. What's especially shameful is that instead of offering solutions, Republicans are creating a dangerous environment in America. Rhetoric from the twice impeached and 4 times indicted former President Trump that suggests immigrants are poisoning the blood of America is dangerous and disgraceful. Trump's language echoes almost verbatim the propaganda and hate used by Hitler and other Nazi leaders. America's not Nazi Germany. We'll push back against such a scary road to tyranny and bigotry. Trump forgets, but America remembers that immigrants are vitally important to the economic vibrancy and future of our nation. While securing the border is an important policy objective, there's no reason to demonize our parents, our grandparents, our co-workers, our friends and neighbors in the process. This rule also makes in order H Resolution 1117, yet another non-binding resolution, a press release. It's been just 1 week since 7 World Central Kitchen volunteers were killed in Gaza, killed while trying to bring food to starving Gazans who are on the brink of famine. More than 200 aid workers have been killed in Gaza over the last 6 months. Over 13,000 children and 9,000 women have died in the war. 27 kids so far have died of malnutrition. Do you know how horrible it is to die of starvation? 27 children. Famine is imminent for 1.1 million Gazans. There are still over 130 Israeli hostages who, without a ceasefire, cannot go home to their grieving families, their worried families. Tens of thousands of Israelis are marching in the streets to bring their hostages home. This resolution that we're hearing today fails to acknowledge the sad reality I've just discussed. It also fails to support President Biden's efforts to bring lasting peace to this region, which should be our goal. President Biden is right. A ceasefire is needed to bring over 130 Israeli hostages home and to prevent the deaths of innocent Gazans. Too many people have died already. President Biden's calls on Netanyahu for a ceasefire to bring the hostages home and to reverse the humanitarian crisis should be welcomed by everyone with a caring heart. If you care for the hostages and their worried families, a ceasefire is needed. If you care for the women and children who are dying and starving, a ceasefire is needed. If you care for a future where peace can come to this region, a ceasefire is needed. Next, the House will consider H.R. 7888, the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act. The bill reauthorizes FISA for 5 years and implements minor changes to the program. The Republicans have waited until the last minute to bring this reauthorization to the floor. Well, I will say they tried once before, back in February. We had a hearing in the Rules Committee. Valentine's Day was great. We saw amazing bipartisan agreement from the Judiciary Committee. But we never did get to hear from the Intelligence Committee. Instead, Republicans waited until the last minute. Expires in 9 days. That's not a way to govern. This is an important bill that needs conversation and debate. Members need to hear from the 2 committees without jurisdiction over FISA to determine how they will vote in the important balance between protecting constitutional rights of citizens and protecting our national security. Next, this rule makes in order H.R. 529, the Extending Limits of U.S. Customs Waters Act. Well, this bill is a bipartisan bill, which I will point out received unanimous support in committee and will probably receive almost near unanimous support on this floor. This is the kind of bill that usually doesn't go through rules. It's the type of bill that would normally pass under suspension. Why wasn't it put under suspension? Is it because House Republicans needed something that could finally pass the Rules Committee, come to the floor, and maybe make it into law? The last bill to pass the Rules Committee and become law was almost a year ago. Almost a year ago, before we did the people's business on this floor, where we actually got a bill, sent it out of rules, sent it to the Senate, and made it on the president's desk. Republicans have presided over the most ineffective sessions of Congress in history. Despite the pressing challenges facing our nation, they have repeatedly chosen to prioritize silly censures, sham impeachments, and do-nothing messaging bills. That's no way to run the House. That's no way to run the people's house and address the people's business. Meanwhile, Democrats have kept our focus on delivering for the American people and implementing the incredible laws we passed last Congress when Democrats controlled this House, which was, by the way, the most successful and most productive in recent memory. We, in the last years, have carried the vote on its debt last year. Democrats carried bills to fund the government and keep it running and to protect against draconian spending cuts. Democrats always stand ready to work across the aisle to tackle important issues. This includes coming together to work on a bipartisan solution, comprehensive solution to fix the border, to secure the border, to lower costs. We hope that our colleagues will work with us. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards presumptive nominees for the office of President of the United States. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. The reason that we have a resolution on the floor to stand and say that we believe that the Biden administration is failing to carry out its duty to secure the border of the United States because it's true. Because the American people need to know that and see us speaking with one voice. And the reason that we have a resolution on the floor saying that we should stand with Israel is because the administration walked away from Israel, abandoned them in a vote, in the Security Council vote, by abstaining. That's the truth. That's why these resolutions matter. That's why they're here on the floor. But we're going to have a lot of debate here about the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. And on this, I think there's a lot of bipartisan agreement. There are a lot of bipartisan concerns about the size and scope of government. I think it is important to remember, James Madison wrote to Thomas Jefferson, May 13th, 1798, quote, "Perhaps it is a universal truth that the loss of liberty at home is to be charged against danger, real or pretended, from abroad." The founders knew what they were doing. The founders intentionally built into the United States Constitution protections for us, protections for the people. Unfortunately, the legislation before us doesn't do what is necessary to answer the question, to secure the people's rights. There are amendments that are in order that might get the legislation there. Remember, Section 702 allows the NSA to surveil non-U.S. individuals and organizations abroad if a significant purpose is to acquire foreign intelligence information, which it defines as information related to the conduct of U.S. foreign affairs. Remember, there are some 230,000 targets that the government has, the blob, the intelligence community has, that they're targeting over there, overseas, targeting externally. But here's the problem. They're collecting information here in the United States on those individuals. We don't know who they are. I asked the Judiciary Committee chairman and staff, do you all know who they are? Have you gone into a SCIF? Have you seen who they're targeting? And the answer is no. We don't know who they're targeting. Then information is collected in communication to those individuals, which necessarily brings American citizens into the mix. So the question is, what do we do about it? Remember this, and then I want to recognize my friend from Kentucky. The Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board report released last year stated, quote, "Ordinary Americans may be in contact with Section 702 targets for business or personal reasons, even if the Americans have no connection to or reason to suspect any wrongdoing by their foreign contacts." That is an important issue. That is at the heart of the debate. And what we have right now before us is a rule to bring forward reauthorization of legislation passed so that we can go try to protect our country, supposedly looking outward, but it has ensnared American citizens and their information. And that is why we're here. And the question is whether we're going to have the ability to amend it to ensure that American citizens can be protected. And with that, I would yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky.
The gentleman yields. I recognize the gentleman from Kentucky.
I thank my colleague from Texas. Today we're voting on a resolution that will bring forward reauthorization of a program that's been abused for decades, the FISA 702 surveillance program. Before we vote on that program, though, This resolution that we're voting on now prescribes that we will bring forward an amendment to require warrants if you want to spy on Americans, if you want to use this database as a backdoor to look at the privacy, the private information of Americans, you would need a warrant if this amendment passes. Now, there's some people who say, oh, getting a warrant is too hard. It'll slow us down. You'll put America in danger. Listen, I've been in the SCIF, the classified area where they're supposed to tell us the problems with requiring a warrant, and they never have told us a single example of where getting a warrant would be a problem to national security. In fact, we've got a provision in the warrant amendment that says in exigent circumstances, you can skip that step. You'll hear today that, oh, everything's fine. We don't need the warrant amendment. We've got 53 reforms in this package. Here's the problem with those reforms. We rely on the same people that abused the system to enforce those reforms. And they still don't go to the constitutional level that is required in this country. Who doesn't trust those 53 reforms? Congress doesn't trust those 53 reforms. The authors of this bill, you know how I know? Because they put an exemption, 2 exemptions for themselves in this bill. That's right. If the FBI is going to use 702 FISA to spy on congressmen, they have to tell Congress. They even have to get permission from the congressman they're spying on if they say it's for the congressman's own good. Why do we have a provision in there that exempts congressmen but not all of America? Americans deserve the protections that are enshrined in the Constitution. Nothing less should pass this House. This is an enormous database. They're going to tell you, oh, we're just looking at intelligence that was gathered on foreigners. The problem is they're collecting this intelligence in the United States, using service providers in the United States, using internet connections in the United States. They collect a lot of stuff here. Do you think the NSA employee who did a FISA search on a Tinder date was looking for information about Hamas? No. There's all kinds of information in there, and that's why it's being abused. That's why we need the warrant provision. I urge folks to vote for this rule so that you can vote for the warrant provision amendment, and if that amendment doesn't pass, you shouldn't vote to reauthorize FISA. And with that, I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is my great honor to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Rules and a mentor, Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this place is so broken. It's pathetic. And it's interesting to listen to the gentleman from Texas who's now managing this rule, who regularly lectures us on the importance of regular order and making sure that we have a more open process. And the rule that he is bringing before the membership today, 4 measures, 3 of these measures are being brought to us under completely closed rules. No amendments are made in order. 3 of the bills weren't even considered by committees of jurisdiction. No hearings and no markup, and yet here we are. What a wonderful process to celebrate. I mean, this place is not functioning. We don't even know whether this rule that we're spending time debating today will even pass because there's such disarray on the Republican side. It is a pathetic way for this Congress to be run. But, Mr. Speaker, I could be here all day talking about the dysfunction on the other side, but I want to rise today to applaud 2 public servants who I think have made this institution a better place. First is our senior professional staff member and Director of Member Services, Eric Delaney, who will have his last day with us this Friday. Eric is a Philly native and an alum of Binghamton University, New York, and he has spent over 18 years working for the American people here on Capitol Hill. Like many staffers, Eric's journey began when he became a legislative assistant working for Representative Ted Strickland and the people of Ohio. He spent 8 years as a senior advisor for Member Services under Caucus Vice Chair and then Chair Javier Becerra. He then served as Legislative Director for Representative Anthony Brown before joining the Rules Committee in 2018. Eric has an impressive resume, but let me also say he's also just a great guy and an integral part of our team. His dedication to public service, skill as a coalition builder, fast problem solving, and quiet leadership have left a mark on all of us, and we will miss him at the Rules Committee. We are sad to see you go, Eric, but excited to see what you accomplish in your new role at the Department of Energy. And on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you for your hard work and unwavering commitment to this institution. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate my dear friend Tom Cole, who has officially been selected by the Republican Conference as the next chair of the Appropriations Committee. It is no surprise to me, given his skill as a legislator, his dedication as a public servant, and his decency as a person. I cannot think of any other person I would rather have chairing the Rules Committee, except me. But that's going to take a change in the majority, and that's up to the American people, not us. And it's not just in public. He has consistently demonstrated a tremendous respect for this institution, and he's always conducted himself in a way that demonstrates it. And it's not just in public when the cameras are rolling, but he does it in private too. He's a man of integrity, a man of his word, and he works hard to do the right thing, even after the gavel comes down and the camera is shut off. To be honest, I wish there were more Tom Coles in Congress, because he knows the secret of legislating, which is you don't have to agree on everything to agree on something. The American people send us up here to work out our differences on their behalf, to do what's right for our country. It's a skill I've seen, and I've seen Tom Cole deploy time and time again to bring people together, to try to find common ground. And although Chairman Cole and I always don't see eye to eye, I think what we have done is show the American people that it's possible to disagree without being disagreeable. And I think that's worthwhile. I think it matters, especially in this time of polarization and partisan anger. And one more personal note, and I said this last night in the Rules Committee, I hope I don't get him in trouble for this, but I value Tom Cole's friendship and his respect his guidance and the example he sets around here. He conducts himself in a thoughtful, decent, and dignified manner. I am thankful for the staff that he has surrounded himself with. I think they reflect positively on him, and they are a credit to this institution. I hope he doesn't take them all away from the Rules Committee when he goes to Appropriations. But I look forward to continuing to work with him in his new capacity. And I think all of us can learn a lot from Chairman Cole, and we should all join in a bipartisan way in honoring his service to this institution and to this country. And with that, I yield back my time.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much for the words. I think they were very inspiring as to our wonderful leadership that we have had with Chairman Cole. And also, we're going to miss Eric. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for his kind words for our colleague, Mr. Cole. We will, those of us on committee will miss working with the gentleman from Oklahoma. Obviously, as the gentleman from Massachusetts pointed out, he's not going very far. He'll be down the hall in the Appropriations Committee. I guess we won't get ahead of things. It's not been formalized yet, but it seems like that's the direction where it's going. And it's been an honor to work on the committee with Tom Cole. Again, without getting ahead of things, I think there's able folks on the Rules Committee and Dr. Burgess from Texas, my friend from Texas, very likely might be in that role, and I'll look forward to working with him in the Rules Committee. With that, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in favor of this resolution, which sets up the House of Representatives to consider much-needed reform and limitations to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. With the pending expiration of 702 of FISA, Congress is tasked with reforming an authority intended for foreign intelligence collection, but which has turned into warrantless surveillance of the American people. The targeting of Americans is well documented. Reporting from the Office of the Director for National Intelligence found that in 2021, the FBI conducted over 3,394,000 U.S. person searches without a warrant. In 2022, the FBI was still conducting hundreds of warrantless searches each day. These queries target members of Congress, state elected officials, judges, campaign donors, protesters, and more. In May of this last year, the Washington Post reported that in 2020 and early 2021, the FBI conducted over 278,000 searches of the 702 database that violated Justice Department rules and often lacked national security connections. Even the FISA court found that, quote, the FBI's querying of Section 702 information have proven to be persistent and widespread, end quote. Warrantless surveillance of the American people by the federal government in violation of the Fourth Amendment is well documented and well known. If such an alarming reality does not merit serious reform and paring back of authorities, then my question is, what does? As a member of the Judiciary Committee, I was proud to be involved in the development of the Protect Liberty and End Warrantless Surveillance Act, through which we first advanced these important reforms. The FISA Working Group was the next installment of this important process, and the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act is a good start, but there is more work which must be done. The underlying rule makes in order 3 critically important amendments, one prohibiting warrantless searches of Americans in the 702 database, one ending the overly intrusive abouts collection, and one enhancing reporting requirements and injecting Congress into the FISA court process. These amendments are crucial to placing limitations on and imposing transparency. I urge my colleagues to support this rule and support these 3 amendments, and with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
I appreciate that the rule makes in order several amendments for the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act. And these are amendments that we heard about that both the members of the Judiciary and Intelligence Committee have proposed. But we also heard last night in rules that there were many important amendments that the committee blocked and that the full House won't get to consider. The process on this could indeed have been better. What I wonder now is, do we even have the votes to pass this rule? Because we need to be able to get to a point where we are taking up on the floor of the House, putting rules on the floor of the House that are going to get the votes. As we know, they've already defeated 6 of their own rules. These are important matters, and I think it is important that we get to do the work. And with that, I reserve the remainder of my time. I would also like to inquire, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentlelady has 13¼ minutes remaining.
Thank you.
Reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'm going to recognize my friend from Arizona in 1 second. I would point out that on this issue, one of the concerns that we have is ensuring an adequate and fair hearing on the issue of the warrant amendment. The gentleman from Kentucky raised the issue, as did the gentlelady from Wyoming, the importance of the warrant protection for American citizens. It cannot be overstated the extent to which, at our founding and throughout our history, it has been critical to place that constitutional barrier between the authority of government being used in the name of defense and in the name of security in a way that tramples on the rights and the security of the American people. That is what is at issue. That is the conundrum we face. For all of us that wish to protect our country, we know first and foremost we must protect our civil liberties, or there is no country to protect. I will yield 2 minutes to my friend from Arizona.
Thank the
gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding time to me. Let me tell you what bothers me. So we know that there's a severe problem with the apparatus of the federal police state abusing FISA, both Section 702 and Title I, to use those authorities to surveil and search Americans' private data. I want nothing more than to put every member of this body on the record. Do you support the warrant protections granted under the Fourth Amendment to your constituency? I want everyone on the record on that. But in order to get there, we put at risk this bigger, broader problem, because the other amendments made in order will expand that authority before we know we can even curb the authority. So you're creating another bucket for which you are exposing American citizens. innocent American citizens, 19,000 donors to a political campaign. Don't tell me that all those 19,000 were in contact with Hamas. They weren't. The system was abused. That's why we need the warrant requirement. That's why we need the Fourth Amendment. It's not for sale, but we're not even going to be able to consider that. What I'm telling you is, we have the conundrum, as my friend from Texas has said, of the speaker saying, we're going to brief you on what NSA, CIA, FBI says, but we're not going to bring in anybody to counter what they say. And we're going to do it in a skiff, so you can't tell the American people. Well, what I want is I want accountability. I want accountability to myself and everybody else in this body. And that's why I'm leaning towards voting for this. But on the other hand, the real question is, are you going to go ahead and expand the authorities of the federal police state just because you want to vote? I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as we can see that there is strong consideration on some of the issues with regard to FISA, but we've also seen that we are so close to its expiration. And I really wonder whether the rule will pass. I haven't heard them talk about whether they think this rule will pass. As I noted, 6 rules have been killed on the Republican side. There was also a tweet that was recently issued by the presumptive presidential nominee. In all caps, it says, and I am simply quoting the tweet, not making any observations, but it says, I can't yell that loud, but kill FISA. It was illegally used against me and many others. They spied on my campaign. End quote. I wonder whether this House will continue to move forward on the business that must be done, or whether tweets will indeed lead to what action we are taking here today. Hopefully, we'll take action that needs to move forward. With that, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I want to inquire how much time is remaining on our side.
The gentleman from Texas has 15 and a half minutes remaining.
Thank the Speaker. With that, I would like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Pennsylvania.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the good gentleman from Texas, and I'm here to remind myself and everybody that we each took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, and within the Constitution and the Bill of Rights is the Fourth Amendment. And I'll just read a portion of that for you all. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. Shall not be violated. It doesn't say, well, if we've got an important matter, we can violate it. If it's too difficult, if it takes too long, Mr. Speaker, we can violate it. It doesn't say that. It says it shall not be violated. Now, we're here to debate the rule today on this, and I will tell you I have concerns about the rule because we worked to make sure that amendments would be in order so that we could vote for them on the floor. I have concerns about the rule, but assuming this rule passes and this bill comes to the floor, Mr. Speaker, the FBI and the intelligence agencies, just the last time there was a report out, spied on Americans illegally. $278,000 times. And it's sure long past time that we do something about it. It is sure long past time. And I will tell you the fact that they're quibbling and fighting about having a warrant requirement, that they're fighting over protecting the data that they're purchasing. Not just on me, Mr. Speaker, not just on you, the people in the gallery, the people that are watching TV. Every single American, these intelligence agencies, without a warrant, are collecting your information for which they each took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, which says they can't do it. Mr. Speaker, this reauthorization is not reform. It is not currently reformed. It might be reformed depending on the amendments available, but we already know that the one that protects your data from being bought by the FBI is not going to be allowed. Somebody has to stand up for the Constitution and the rights of the American people, and if I can't do anything else here in this House of Representatives, you can count me for standing up for that. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance.
Reserve. The chair will remind members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, like many more, take sacred the oath that we have taken to preserve the Constitution. And I hope that as elections come up, and as we think about how we make sure that we preserve our democracy, that those words continue to ring throughout all of my colleagues' memories of what has happened on the floor of this House. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Indiana.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to share with you why I have significant concerns why it's not addressing some of Fourth Amendment rights of Americans. And it really has to do a lot with upstream collection. And I want to explain what it is. Upstream collection, where government, NSA, can Americans. Well, the challenge is no one ever audits and checks what they're doing. And if you remember what happened in 2016, where pretty much this minimization procedures didn't allow to collect about information. It means that if you have the name of some potential, terrorist in the body of your email, they can collect your data, but NSA still did it. They collected the data. And what's happened? We don't know what's happened, but we also know in 2022 that new technique was authorized where, according to the review of the Oversight Board, if used in a widespread way and not minimized, can be extraordinary, intrusive. So this is a very new sensitive technique, but there is no one ever check. And we know these agencies, how they failed so many times collecting data on Americans. We are turning the police state. This is the material flaw with this bill, and I want to raise significant concerns that it has to be addressed or we just put in lipstick on a pig. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
We reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I recognize my friend, Mr. Turner.
How much time?
For up to 3 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here standing in favor of this rule. This is an important rule that allows to come to this House floor the reauthorization of FISA and 56 significant reforms to this bill to curb what have been just devastating abuses by the intelligence community and by the FBI. These reforms are essential to make certain that we can protect our most important national security tool at the same time of protecting American citizens and their civil liberties. I am in favor of this rule. I ask all my fellow members to support the rule, and I want to thank specifically Chip Roy for his support for the rule as it came out of the Rules Committee, and appreciate him standing here today as we try to bring this rule to passage so we can bring this bill to the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reserve.
The gentleman.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I would point out before I recognize my friend from Ohio that the concerns that we're looking at here, I think, boil down to questions that people assert when they say, quote, lawfully collected information, so therefore you don't need a warrant to search the 702 data for United States citizens' information. I think that's really at the crux of the debate going on. And the rule that we have before us, which takes a product to respond to and make reforms and changes in response to some of the concerns raised, but then takes the critical and core component of warrant requirement and puts it off as an amendment subject to debate when there has been now some public pressure put on opposing the amendment. That's the conundrum that you're seeing unfold for the American people to understand why there's some hesitation here to proceed when we're proceeding with reforms that don't get to the engine of the reform. Reforms that might make some improvements, but those are free. They ignore the core problem, that fundamental issue as to whether or not you must have a warrant to look at the information of American citizens. That's it. That's at the core of it. And we're talking about things that are significant, where just the tip of the iceberg, right? Searches by the intel community and FBI included 141 Black Lives Matter protesters, 2 members of Congress, journalists, political commentators, victims who contacted the FBI, people who came to the FBI offices to perform repairs, individuals on online dating services. And now we have in this bill a carve out for members of Congress. We get a heads up. Hey guys, you've been queried. Well, why do we get something that 330 million Americans don't get? With that, I will yield up to 3 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I support the rule, but like the gentleman, I will not support the legislation unless we get this warrant amendment, that requirement in the legislation itself. Query is a fancy name for search. And the intelligence community will tell us right now there are 200,000 queries, 200,000 searches that take place every year on U.S. persons, on American citizens. 200,000 a year. Those things are done on American citizens without a warrant, and this is the FBI, and my friend, member of the Rules Committee just talked about, who's abused the system. 278,000 times, not Mr. Roy, not Mr. Jordan giving you that number. That's the number from the Washington Post. 278,000 times, Inspector General at the Justice Department determined that the FBI did not follow the previous rules when they searched this database on U.S. persons. And now we're supposed to believe, oh, we've got new rules, stricter rules, better rules, and I'm all for those. Now they're going to follow the new rules. Didn't follow the old ones, but now they're going to follow the new. Well, why don't we go to the tried and true method? If you got the executive branch wanting to look at American citizens' information, they have to go to a separate and equal branch of the government, the judicial branch, and get a probable cause warrant. It's worked pretty darn well for 200 plus years in the greatest country ever. But somehow we can't do it here? Here's the fundamental question. 200,000 searches done. Oh, by the way, our warrant requirement has 3 exceptions. And the first exception is if it's an emergency situation, you don't have to go to a judge to get the warrant. You do the search, you find out, and you protect America. 2 other exceptions in there as well. So here's the fundamental question. 200,000 searches done on U.S. persons a year. How many of them aren't covered by the exceptions? And guess what? Nobody seems to be able to give us an answer. That's the question we need to know, because if it's a big number, we should all be scared. If it's a small number, what's the big deal? No one will answer that question. That's what we need to know. And we need to, but the best way to safeguard the liberty of the people we get the privilege of representing is to do what's been done in this country forever. Go get a warrant. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Reserve. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's really important that the American people know that we are debating a rule today, and that rule has the FISA bill, of which we have heard much, but it also has other bills. Half the legislation that are on the floor today do nothing. They do absolutely nothing. And in fact, it's not surprising that Republicans, my colleagues, worry about the do-nothing Congress. Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from NBC News entitled, "It's Embarrassing. Republicans worry they have no achievements to run on in 2024."
Without objection.
And I would say that some of the quotes, and I'm saying quotes, say, "I hope there's enough adults in the room that are willing to focus on progress rather than purity," which means when you don't have bipartisan legislation to work on some of the issues my constituents have talked about, the resolutions that nobody on the other side wants to talk about because they do nothing. I would also point out that one of the quotes is, open quote, "I want my Republican colleagues to give me one thing, one, that I can go campaign on and say we did. One," Roy yelled. Anybody sitting in the complex, you want to come down to the floor and come explain to me one material, meaningful, significant thing the Republican majority has done besides, well, I guess it's not as bad as Democrats. But, Mr. Speaker, I think that's a really important thing that Americans need to know. That when we were in charge of this House, we looked on making sure that we brought down the costs of prescription drugs. We made sure that we addressed the needs of the people, of the American people. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Ask how much time is remaining.
The gentleman has 6 3/4 minutes remaining. Gentlelady from New Mexico has 9 3/4 minutes.
Shall reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Previous question, which I hope we will, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would protect access to reproductive and abortion health care for the millions of Americans who need it. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, the far right and MAGA Republicans will stop at nothing short of a full abortion ban. As of this month, over a dozen states have restricted access to that critical health care, with some extreme states eliminating access entirely. Just yesterday, an Arizona Supreme Court upheld a 160-year-old law making it a felony to perform or induce an abortion at almost any time. This is inhumane. But do we think Republicans will stop at 15 states, 20 states? On the contrary, they won't stop until every single woman in this country is deprived of her right to make her own health care decisions in conversation with her faith, her family, and her doctors without government interference. That's why House Democrats are fighting to protect women, protect doctors, and protect patients who simply want access and to access needed care. H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act, will prevent states from trampling on Americans' constitutional rights and keep fundamental health care services available across the country. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Washington, Dr. Schreier.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Well, thank you to my friend and colleague, Representative Leija Fernandez, for her commitment to ensuring women's access to abortion care, no matter where they are in this country. And this is because extreme Republicans are doubling down on their out of touch, and I will repeat, extreme attacks on women as they march toward a national abortion ban. Make no mistake. By overturning Roe v. Wade, the Supreme Court deprived millions of women the freedom to make one of the most personal and important decisions of their lives. And as a physician, in fact, a pediatrician, I understand that reproductive health care, including abortion, is part of women's health care. There's simply no place for politics in the exam room. This is a personal decision between a woman and her doctor. It is not a government decision and government should not be meddling in health care. This is a slippery slope, as we're already seeing. When there is a claim by my colleagues, by my Republican colleagues, that life begins at conception, the moment a sperm touches an egg, boy, that's a slippery slope. We've already seen what that has done to IVF care. Families who desperately want, or parents who desperately want children are unable to have families now in Alabama because of this ruling. This is interfering with even more aspects of women's health care. Next is contraception. Again, make no mistake. As one of 2 pro-choice women doctors in Congress, you can count on me to do everything I can to protect women's access to safe abortion. And this is why the Women's Health Protection Act, which will keep government out of this most personal and important medical decision, is so critical to pass. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields.
Reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to give everyone at home a behind-the-scenes look into what we just did here today. Republicans needed filler this week because they have no real agenda to work on. So, of the 4 bills, 3 of them were do-nothing rules for bills that attack the president, a customs bill that has broad support and didn't need a bill, and FISA reauthorization, which we don't even know will pass. I think Americans want to know what we are not doing here, that we are not taking up the important legislation that Americans are worried about, security assistance for Ukraine, which the Senate voted overwhelmingly to pass. The crucial aid to Ukraine included in this would be critical to fight for democracy, but we're not even taking it up. We're not taking up the need to pass a farm bill everywhere I go in my district, my rural area. What's happening with the farm bill? We're not taking that up. We're not taking up legislation to protect a woman's access to health care so that if she has a miscarriage, she is welcomed with assistance from her doctors and not handcuffs. You know, we've pointed it out that the last bill to pass the Rules Committee and become law was almost a year ago. Why? Because Republicans, this Congress, have been trying but failing over and over to govern. Democrats, in contrast, are willing to work across the aisle on bipartisan issues to attack the important issues our constituents know we need to get done. We cannot continue to have the kind of infighting that stops legislative action for us to get the work we need to get done. Mr. Speaker, because of all the important issues that were raised, that we need to take up, that women and people who love the women, who want to make sure they have the health care they deserve, vote no on the previous question. Let's take up the Women's Protected Health Care Act. Let's move on things that in every state, election after election, we know we need to get done. So I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question and the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I'd like to kind of just summarize what we've got in front of us, particularly with respect to the foreign intelligence surveillance issue. That's where we have, I think, the most debate. The fact of the matter is, for the average American watching this, they're going to be confused as to what exactly we're doing, because it's a complex issue. And I started this rule debate by quoting James Madison, who in 1798, I'll repeat, wrote to Thomas Jefferson and said, quote, "Perhaps it is a universal truth that the loss of liberty at home is to be charged against danger, real or pretended, from abroad." And I think that is the question that is before us right now. It is the balance that a nation struggles with if you're a republic like ours, a republic built on the back of liberty and our constitutional protections, that is trying to balance the need to stop evil abroad from attacking our people with protecting civil liberties at home. And what we have for the average American to understand is a big pot of collected information that is, in the words of the intel community, directed outward. And that large pot of information is directed towards some 230,000 people, individuals, entities abroad. But as I said earlier, we don't know who they are. We're not briefed on who they are. And when we try to go into that kind of level of briefing, it is often cloaked in the intel world. They just say, well, this is dangerous and this is important stuff. And, so the Judiciary Committee chairman, for example, doesn't know who's on that list of 230,000 people. So from that list of 230,000 who we don't know, and which can expand or shrink at the whim of the intel community, we then take that information and communications with any of those individuals, if you're an American citizen, can get swept up and viewed by the intel community. That's where the abuses took place. And I've heard some of my colleagues saying, well, you're asking for a secondary warrant, when we say that the warrant amendment here is critically important. But that misses the point that you've got an intelligence-driven apparatus to collect information abroad that then will sweep in communications by American citizens or U.S. persons into that database. Those communications can now be seen, can be viewed. And as I noted, the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board report released last year said, quote, "Ordinary Americans may be in contact with Section 702 targets for business or personal reasons, even if the Americans have no connection to or reason to suspect any wrongdoing by their foreign contacts." That is the problem. That is why the Judiciary Committee, which is the committee with primary jurisdiction, put in place additional protections in the form of a required warrant if you're going to look at the information of those American citizens. That is what was the wisdom of the very broad bipartisan 35-2 vote in the Judiciary Committee. That was removed. A bill was now put on the floor, the bill before us, and now we're forced to proceed to a bill by virtue of a rule whereby we're not sure whether the issue that at play, the warrant requirement, will be supported. Now, okay, that might be fine. You say we have an open process, but it wasn't really an open process. It was a structured rule. It was provisions that were sort of cooked up to achieve the result. That's what we're looking at. And in truth, there are amendments that have been part of the rule that are the intel amendments, which will expand FISA, which will expand the reach. And by all accounts, more likely than not will pass. And then there's the provisions that some support that would constrain the power. That is, for example, the warrant requirement or the abouts language, which would limit the use of the more generic abouts, so you have to target the specific individuals. Or enhanced reporting happens to be my amendment. Those provisions are meant to constrain government. So the conundrum that you see, that you're going to see play out on the floor, is do you support the rule to proceed, to move forward, under a hope that the warrant amendment will be passed, because the sword of Damocles hanging over the head is that this will expire and thus there will be pressure to pass a simple reauthorization for 5 years. That's the truth. So here we will see what transpires. It is my considered judgment that we ought to try as a body to stand behind a warrant requirement to make sure we protect the American people. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Yeas and nays are requested, Mr. Speaker.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the resolution 1125, adoption of House Resolution 1125 if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3250. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1125, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 69, House Resolution 1125. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 7888 to reform the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of 1978, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 529 to extend the customs waters of the United States from 12 nautical miles to 24 nautical miles from the baselines of the United States, consistent with Presidential Proclamation 7219, providing for consideration of the resolution, House Resolution 1112, denouncing the Biden administration's immigration policies, and providing for consideration of the resolution, House Resolution 1117, opposing efforts to place one-sided pressure on Israel with respect to Gaza.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 209. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Mexico seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Have all members voted? Is anyone who wishes to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 193, the nays are 228. The resolution is not adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3250, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Calendar number 68, H.R. 3250, a bill to recognize the Margaret Woodbury Strong Museum in Rochester, New York.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? No, on Ms. Garcia of Texas. On this vote, the yeas are 385, the nays are 31. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of HRES 1126 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1126, resolution authorizing video recording in the House chamber during a joint meeting of Congress for certain educational purposes.
Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? Seeing none, without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, that it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. The House will come to order.
I'm working on it.